The following is a trip down the backlog rabbit hole, where completing your library of games is just a fantasy. Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to the stream. It's me, ShellshockPrime. Good to see you, Caitlin. Good to see you, Ice Pick. Good to see you, Kaiju. Today is November 11th, 2025, a Tuesday, and we're gonna do some more Apollo Justice. Because guess what? We're still in the middle of Case 4. We got a lot more to do. We got Split Fiction tomorrow, Vampire Survivors and Party Animals on Thursday. Friday is Retro Night 2D to 3D, and then Sunday is a backlog.
It has begun!
Backlog cleanup stream. We're gonna finish up Chrono Trigger, and we're gonna finish up Ultimate Ghosts and Goblins. That's gonna be the plan for this coming Sunday. So right now, what's next? Well, we're going to finish up Apollo Justice. That's going to be the thing we're going to do. In fact, let's go right here. Let's cut to the chase. Let's get it on. As you can see right here, the Switch 2 had an update last night where you can now see like this right here, like this right over here. I'll say Dragon. Right over here, you have like games that are digital, like that are I downloaded digitally. This right here being a Switch 1 release. And then right over here, it tells you the difference. Yep. Since I don't have the cartridge in there, but it is red. So it like Pokemon Legends ZA, since it's a Switch 2 edition and the cartridge is red, so it is red. So yeah. Like they tell you the difference between like what is like a game that you have that's digital and physical. So let's go to Ace Attorney. Also, that actually just loaded a little bit faster. I did, yes. I was like, might as well. Since I have Overcooked 2 already, and I was like, might as well. But I really think that they should have updated All You Can Eat. But people are saying the reason that they didn't that they might not have updated All You Can Eat on Switch 2 is because that was a cross-platform multiplayer game. They could still update it. All right. So it's just more work, I guess. Yeah. All right. So the trial continues. So before we get right into it, so to summarize what happened yesterday, so I started the game, and what happened was that I've been selected by Phoenix Wright to participate as a defense attorney in a case that um I don't really know that he didn't want to tell me about. He wanted me to figure it out myself. So I had to figure it out myself. I could not talk to anybody that was directly involved with the case other than my client. My client being Vera Misham, who was accused of murdering her father. And had to get some clues, had to go to the studio where her father worked. She lived there as well. The great Gramarye happened to be around as well. All because it started off by getting tickets, like, because we got tickets to the whole thing, but then we got the case. Then we did part of the case last night before I had to stop because we were going to do Mario Party, and now here we are. So we also had a very, very eccentric reporter, Brushel. He is a character indeed. That's all I'm going to say about him. He's a character. Okay, so where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forager, basically. So, yeah. By the way, I'm not the biggest fan of Brushel. Don't like him. Probably one of my least favorite characters in the series. Hold on a second. Alright. Huh? Well then. Who was he? Well, he was actually... I know you like Salmonella a lot more. Yeah, Salmonella was not that bad of a character. Like, doing her nails. So he really made those forgeries? Yes, for his father. I just realized what you said, Caitlin. Oh my god. Yes, for father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Hey, Noble Boy. Good to see you, Noble Boy. Yeah, I personally thought it was alright. It's not the greatest I've seen, but I thought it was okay. Now, because of me, father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already, you're already creating your works back then. I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out that stamp was poison, that was Mr. Justice. It's time. To the courtroom, please. All right. Out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Not the greatest mind? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I hope that things get better for you. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice? Yes, Father? He knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the right and co-law offices. Yeah, 100%. I agree with Caitlin. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yeah, when Father heard you had resumed the legal business. Yeah, writing co. How pleased he was. Who is Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know? What if Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. Oh boy. We know that the victim's starter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Too many daddies. Court's now back in session. I gotta run, but I'll be back later. Alright, no problem, Dragon. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked? How did you set up this true Misham forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss. If you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one. Yep, that prosecutor again. Ah, yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of her operation. So the victim was a stand-in. A decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes. It was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. Here we go. Let's do it. The red envelope. I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal. All of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well. Please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. I don't know, I feel he may not be the same level as Godo.
Ready! Fight!
Alright. I created things and Father sold them. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal.
Objection!
Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Alright. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. By other than a painting, you mean? You only love paintings up to that point? Yes. My father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, For instance, a letter someone had written. Yeah, yeah, I personally think that, Javier Gavin is nowhere near as cool as, Miles Edgeworth. Or a fingerprint left upon a cup. Or a signature on a document. A sealed pile letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham. A new industry. The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. I think Clav is cool in a different way, but Miles and Phoenix are different, yeah. Uh-oh. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. What do you mean, you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Atropine.
Objection!
A moment, or forehead? You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps, you would tell me, Fraulein Vera? Why did you receive this stamp? Is something wrong? It was. Beautiful. Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. So, you didn't know about the poison? I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake. Thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. It was after that we moved to the current studio.
Hold it!
You mean you moved to where the current true studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Misham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet somewhere for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist, Drew Misham. You did the work, he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty. And more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently we got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. Alright. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. I think that this is where I am going to present something. If we're talking about this magic show ticket.
Objection!
Those magicians you liked. Was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch. I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Gamery. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? Huh? Prosecutor Gavin? Grammary. What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this is your first work that was other than a painting. Yeah, the first 3 games have banger rivals. Francisca is one of my favorites. She grew on me after a while. Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No. Answer the question. Now. Eek! Prosecutor Gavin. Usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it's unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Ham, tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book. A book? Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. No, I don't. No. For what is this about? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Ham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know?
Objection!
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soil-sullied mentor? Nothing. Nothing? Sullied? Who? Phoenix Wright? Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge? It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in the trial 7 years ago. Who asked you, Miss Ham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? Wow. We only met once. You? You met the client? Well, who was it? It was. What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book. The diary. Who was it? Farah! She passed out. The devil. The devil? Who's the devil? Defendant Vera Misham. Condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis, acute atropine poisoning. Fuck. This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She's currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. I have a strong suspicion on something, but I don't want to say anything yet. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. Oh shit. Old school music. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go. To find the whole truth. Oh shit. Oh my god. It's flashback time. Alright, let's go. We're locked in. Baby Trucy. We are locked in right now. We have to do this. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed? Of course. Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards. Why, yes, over a game of cards. Wow. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. "7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial." Oof. April 19th, 9:27 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Oh, this is gonna be good. Or bad. Whew, okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not even entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand that I'm asking the impossible of you. Enigmar, yep. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Ooh, morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. Wait. You mean to tell me that this guy is also Zach? Is this guy Zach Gramarye? Or under a different alias, or what? What? You okay, Daddy? They're picking on you? Excuse me. I am fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have. Thanks. My first show's today, after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck's she talking about? Trucy is his daughter. Adorable. Yep. Hey, Maverick. Oh boy. Huh? Me? Look where he started. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not for the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Notebook page added to the court record. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. An easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it's a difficult situation I put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Ray. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Daddy. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shoddy Enigma, known to the world as Zach Gramarye, a wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Gramarye. There we go. There's the connection. His mentor, Magnifique Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye is the suspect. Oof. Damn. April 19th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. Here we go. Court is now in session for the trial of Shoddy Enigma. Oh my god, the courtroom theme is from the original games. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Yep. That's definitely Clavier, but younger. Where are the sweaty palms? The pounding hearts? A Gavinier's concert got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who? Were you again? Clavier. Clavier Gavin. I'm popping off. I love when games do callbacks like this. Yep. I came to get to the party started. Legally, yeah? Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavins? Ah, figures my bro is more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band, the Gaviniers. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. Huh? True. My debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Her attorney, right? Perhaps you'd be so kind as to fill us in on the case. Hey, Derek. So, Christoph being the defense attorney and Clavier being the prosecutor back then, yep. Chung, baby. Time to call in the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. Gumshoe? Gumshoe? Gumshoe! And you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Hey, you. Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony? Alright, detective, this is my stage. Candy antics. Huh? All this hey youing and such, and I could care less about your history together. Ah. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. Yep, same old Gumshoe. It happened 6 days back in the room at the general hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in the hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam! Lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Gramarye, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Excuse me. Ah, yes. The great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Grammary has made a quite name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired McAfee's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A mal-ignorant tutor or something? Doing something to his liver, I think? Yeah. A malignant malignant tumor. Not tutor, but tumor. Perhaps. In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. Oof. That's harsh. The facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. What the fuck, man? As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Like, that's a 1-2 punch of really bad health. What the fuck? I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir. The circumstances. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found in the scene, no doubt about it, and the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. We got the letter. Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. You cannot refuse that we both know the reason why. Second Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that, sir. One thing that bothers me about this, why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, every night for half an hour, starting at 11, the victim, McAfee Grammary, was given an IV. An IV. Yep. There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night, without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well. Shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He couldn't have at least mentioned it to me.
Ready. Fight!
Alright, let's do it. Let's figure this out. I'm gonna go to, there's a statement I want to go to. Not this one. This one. How can you be so sure? And also for the record, that's the Sam Riegel voice and not Ben Judd. Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that knockin' crackin'. You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. The reason that they use Sam Riegel here is because they originally remade this game for the 3DS, and that's the version that they used. Yeah, he's a really good VA. I remember him being Donatello in the 2003 Turtle series. And I know he also does Critical Role. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo. Maybe there's something in there I could use. So they're saying the defendant shocked the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar. He shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes? Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped in one in the forehead. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
What? And you could prove that with this photo? I could prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? Let's figure this out. It can't be the forehead. But what about... You see this over here? This toy clown right here? This clown doll?
Take that!
The clown doll? Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too. Ah, there's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Objection!
Ha! And I suppose you have a reason as to why he shoot that clown doll? He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Ah. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot, square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown's doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead. It definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
Objection!
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection!
Perhaps he didn't have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter said nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown's doll's forehead does demand an explanation. Yep, the trademark pose. Classic Phoenix Wright. It might very well be a clue. Yep, Prosecutor Gavin is right. Why did I say professor? It's prosecutor. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. I'm gonna go back because I wanna figure something out. The bullet was fired from the pistol and found the scene, no doubt about it. You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon. In other words, you bet we did. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You ever heard of Zack and Valance? Quick draw, shoot him? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valance stand on either side of a girl. Then, they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? Kids love it. Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that will explain a lot about the police force. Yes, it does. Also, ACAB. Now and forever. True Grammary stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man, he held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this is truly a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol from magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lock of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Aha! Intriguing point. Well made. Well. Not well made. Not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. So we got the stage pistol. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this, but now it's time to return to our testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal.
Objection!
The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed a bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and
Objection!
did nothing of the sort to the victim. Pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. Yeah.
Objection!
Thanks for the lurk. Take care of whatever you need to take care of, Caitlin. That's not even a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
Oh? Where did he get that extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party is just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks at startling record sales. And utter lack of humility. What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, detective, was just a warm-up act. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Ramery who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15-minute recess to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. All right, so that was wild. That was a wild case. And we're not even done yet. All right, so here we go. Let's continue to the next part, shall we? All right. April 19th, 11:21 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Here we go. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we needed less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself. The letter. The one shot in the forehead. One right. Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I cannot deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say for now, at least. What's this for now business? I have done many things in my life. Some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know all about the night of the incident? Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2? Yes. The one that I had used on stage, and the one that he had used by my partner, that had been used by my partner, Valet. Oh, for the Zachary Valet's quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before. To be honest, I have not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought upon pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grammary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot that clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket. I believe if you examined the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? You're a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes open. What? Magnificate Grammary? The old devil? He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor-pupil. It was not a long discussion. Maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What'd you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zach Grammary. He seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right, let's get back in there. And let's move. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. But hopefully everybody in chat's doing good right now. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of Troop Grammary's famous duo, Zach and Valet. Valet Grammary. So we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple. Here we go. Wow, a lot younger. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valet Grammary. Magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt. Fate, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Well, wait. The shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. See, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait. That's the same letter Zach Grammy received. Yes. Or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order, order, order. And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. Well, it's practically the same. Give me 1 second, okay? Okay, alright. Well, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. McAfee's second letter added to the court record. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your true Grammary up to? By which you mean, I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask the students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion, Judge, but from these letters, I say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there's a strain. A warping of relations, you might say. And this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Grammary, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red rose rise sings hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder, the weapon. And now, the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up. Here we go. The night of the crime. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time of McAfee request. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final blow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet, a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss, I gave it to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime? Indeed, I would think. So you're throwing your partner under the bus. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, the defendant, Zach Ramery, is guilty. Hey, John, good to see you, dude. And if it wasn't Zach Ramery, then the killer was you, Valet. And no disappearing act will get you out of that.
Ready. Fight!
Deny the crime. I am well. Good to see you, as always. Alright. Let's jump to a certain... There's a statement I want to jump to. This one.
Hold it!
There were 2 bullet holes at the scene. One in the victim and one in the clown. They're saying the one who shot the clown was you. No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I better dig around here a bit more and see what I have turned up. Mr. Valet, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene. Alright. What about the number of pistols? How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zach and Valet quick draw shoot'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. Welcome back, Caitlin. Been listening in? Alright, cool. What does Zach tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazam, alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? Quite important. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Only 1 pistol was in the hospital that night. With it, I shot the clown. Alright.
Objection!
According to the defendant, Zach Ramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valet has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. Huh? But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valet. Ready? Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us? We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from his gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Ah. Mr. Valet, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order, order, order. Well, this is all rather sudden.
Objection!
What have I done? Hey, Forlorn, good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Prosecutor Gavin, I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them.
Objection!
But that's not what you told us before. That's good to hear as well. You said you verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I may add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I am still young, and I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took one pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valiant Grammary? Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. Huh? The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Professor Gavin? When Mr. Valiant entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, her right, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. All right. Who shot what? I arrived at the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m., and in the one room at that time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. Use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi is easy to explain in this situation, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it'll play for 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result's the same. The debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus Pocus requires an admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect a cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in the penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on. Right.
Ready. Fight!
Alright, let's do it. Let's press. I don't think I'm stepping out of a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic reveals in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, McAfee Grammary's schedule. I'm reading that at 11. McAfee took an IV trip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Ah, the needle's been removed. Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah, you can just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purposes and as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determines the time of the death. From the amount of remaining in the bag that it was determined that the IV has stopped 10 minutes after administration began. So we get the IV report. And so it was. When I, Valet, entered the room, 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Did that seem important? Yes. Well, seeing as how the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is truth. It's the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence.
Hold it!
Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When I first entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm, did I spy, arose, drooping and wilted. It stored the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Lucky for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self, for it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Violet won their first Magician's Grand Prix? Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. I was adorned in this attire then too. And a trophy? A bust. Ah, what a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color? Yes, indeed. And the IV, too. I'd say, think was huge, especially for me, Violet. That does seem to be the case, indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Violet sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? Well, there's a contradiction. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time. Mr. Violet, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Violet has told us? Alright, crime scene photo. Let's look at the crime scene photo.
Take that!
The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene? All this talk of color has been yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, her, right? Just where's the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure. And I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Ray has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? This IV bag right here.
Take that!
Valiant Gramarye, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kinda takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion. Doubt? Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes spy a problem here, Mr. Valiant. Look at an IV bag. Ah. What is this? What? Foul mag? It's... foul magic? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Ooh, boy. No. Order, order, order? What does this mean?
Objection!
This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valid grammary, as you reminded us several times. Your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well? This contradiction can only mean one thing.
Objection!
And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin, not Professor. What the fuck am I saying Professor for? It's a prosecutor. He's a fucking prosecutor. He's also a rock star, by the way, but he's a prosecutor. Ooh, he's a prosecutor, not Professor. As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, contradiction. One thing I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance. The IV liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow, but I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like I want to say light blue? Precisely. Figured it out. Yep. Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have a ring of truth to it.
Objection!
As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Oh my god! Order, order, order. Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... I'm gonna go with he had seen it before. When the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he's seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the yellow liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what this all means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find nothing, so what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny popper fans, yeah?
Objection!
The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin? I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right? As much as it pains for me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands do in hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, What if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection!
Let me get this straight. All right. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait. I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task?
Objection!
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? Yes, support amateurs. Give me 1 second. Alright. Let's support amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to the IV to throw off the time of death. I tired these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Valiant Gramarye, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... the victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use.
Objection!
What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
Objection!
And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Gramarye, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Ow. Excuse me. I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much needed investigation work. I see there are no objections. Court is
Objection!
Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it. Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I hoped. This I admit after all. Why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim, Magnifi Gramarye's diary. Diary? After going to the hospital, Magnifi began writing in his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request. Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? So, this does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence. Magnifi's diary. Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his. He first saw defendant, Zach Gramarye. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifi Gramarye intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gramarye didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gramarye. Order, order, order. Prosecutor Gavin. Are you certain that Magnifi Gramarye wrote this? There's no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gramarye. Well, how do you like me now, alright? Still too green for your tastes, He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he overlooked such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted, like this, the trial is over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I just shown the court. Now that we come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... What about this page right here?
Take that!
First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. I don't believe it. Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Gramarye. That's the defense's position. Wait. Let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why? This is the continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page of Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramarye left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valet Gramarye. No. No! The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is without a doubt the genuine article. Order, order, order. But wait. That's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that.
Objection!
Huh? Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Airwright? Hey, Nova, good to see you. How you doing? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Air Judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. I'm okay, just got on work 2 days until my mini vacation. Nice. You just got off work, okay. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway, so it might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. Oh man. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Wait. Holding a trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I made the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. Oh, it's this guy. The audience looks missing. Yeah, they're gone. A judiciary deal? The details of this testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather. Ah. Yes. Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name is Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you're somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. Welcome back, noble boy. I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it. What? What the fuck? Who is this? Well, you know how we have a case going on where there was a painter who was killed? The one who supposedly forged paintings? But it turned out his daughter was the one that was doing that? That's this guy right here. You, what? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramarye. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large. Drew Misham has another side, you might say. What about the hospital? Keep in mind, remember, this is 7 years prior. And, this is 7 years prior to the current case. By current, I mean, like, the one that Apollo's dealing with. So, that's why we have the flashback from Phoenix Wright. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries. Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake. Prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence.
Objection!
Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix, right? Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That? I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous. Even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contract with them.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I could say without a doubt, this is mine. Oh my god. I'm smelling a rat here. I smell a big rat. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to the court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I could say. Oh, old boy. Here. That's the page. What's this? I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yes? Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. And presenting it in court, a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear? Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion in this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright? I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Huh. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack. There was one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I must certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. A disappearing act. Mr. Enigma. The defendant's escaped. Find him quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double. He must not be allowed to escape. What the fuck? That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shadi Enigma, aka Zack Gramery, did not just escape from the court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day. This is the Gramery miracle? No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial magician Zack Gramery vanished, along with him, for all eternity. You cannot prosecute what you cannot see. Fades away. Wow. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however. But not until 7 years later. What the fuck? What the fuck? That is wild. Let's continue to the next chapter. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work the magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding out all this for yourself. Which of Magnifique Gramery's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zack Gramery go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Mason system. The past left us with these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in this present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth then through then and now. Think of it as a game. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. A terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half-finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There's something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well, that's the thing. That Magatama was in the second and the third game. So you have to use that to find, like, someone's, like, truth. Yeah. I know, Caitlin. I know. Well, now, shall we begin? Use Eleanor to jump between the past and present. Well, let's begin 7 years ago. In the past. It's right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I still figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time. Excuse me. Thanks to the Bar Association Review's board decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me? Two men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet, it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks away, freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything. Not proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. Stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano in the cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifique Gramarye for one. Who pulled that trigger, Valet or his partner Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear and he never even touched it. Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zack Gramarye killed Magnifique. It's as good as a signed convention. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away? As long as the audience waits with bated breath, there will be valid and also? Yes? Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifique's repertoire is mine. What Valet Gramarye has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. Blackmail. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valet. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifique's instructions as your partner. Hey, Dragon. So how's it going? Well, we're now doing an investigation. We can actually move between past and present. So I was, but only Zack Gramarye followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifique had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill them? The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. Uh-oh. I didn't think it'd be that easy. The audience must remain forever in that audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It could show me the locks on people's hearts. And if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts all, and the Magatama ends it. We'll have to come back to this. We can't do this now. So let's go to the right and co law offices. "7 years ago, right ankle law offices." "Oh, morning, Daddy." "Ah, I'm so glad you came." "You okay, Daddy? They're picking on you?" "I'm fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you." "Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on." "Thanks. My first show's today after all." Oh boy. "Hey Elvis." "Yes, I'm playing an Ace Attorney game. 2 weeks have passed since then." I called him in my office. "Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future." This is calling around. It's hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you like. I can look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird. "Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you." "Huh? Really? So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?" "Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney? Or actually, why don't you just call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you like. It doesn't have to be today or anything." "Okay, say Daddy." That was quick. Yes. Yep, that is indeed Trucy. 7 years younger. If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. Yep, she already did. Or rather, he pretty much gave her permission. And say how Phoenix took in the kid that basically cost him his entire career. So thanks, Daddy. It's not, well, I wouldn't really say that she did it. She just, oh, and this office, it's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know. Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this. Trucy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine. Yeah. Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? We're probably gonna find. Yeah. Let me figure everything out. I want to figure everything else out myself. So if there's any hints that I need to ask, I'll ask for it later. If I need it. Otherwise, I'll just try to figure it out. But now let's continue. So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? You can at least kind of look aside of something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy. Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Yeah, Trucy's awesome. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no, one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that will do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law if you were to ask some people. Maybe the problem is calling in an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean, like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? You got me, don't you? I'm a professional. A professional. Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Gramery. Directly descended. He's your father. Oh. And I'm now directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright too. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy? Or Zach Gramery? Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy was that again? Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of true Grammary, and they're big. The Grammarys, they were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happens when you put Zack and Valak Grammary together, you know. Once they made giant waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up on the giant waterfall. Let me guess. There was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top. I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic. Ah, I shouldn't have brought it up so soon. I wonder what will happen to me with Daddy and Mommy gone. Both gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother. But I have my magic and a great daddy, even if he's unemployed. You know, I think things are gonna be okay. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. So Trucy, you're a professional? Yes, it's like the thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs. They say that? I always thought it was funny though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid. Right, so in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy. That's right. Well, wanna see a trick? You're going to do a magic trick? Please show me. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da! Hey, folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Yeah. Well, that was startling. The amazing Mr. Hat, isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat, at your service. He certainly makes an impression, doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy. Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Ha! Get it? Heady? Waka waka waka! My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Woo! Could you tell me about your mommy, if that's okay? Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage, you mean? With your daddy? Yep. She was always there with Zack and Valak, smiling. But then she went away. Went away? It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished. And I guess she didn't know how to get back. Maybe so. I cried then, a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here. So I know nothing about the story, but I'm speculating. And Mr. Hat is her real dad just hiding in her hat. That would be wild. This is your mother? She's beautiful. Her name's Thalassa Grammary. Poor girl, I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. And now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes. Hey Daddy, you won't. Don't worry, I won't vanish, I promise. Right, you can't even do magic, you're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan. I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that. It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow. What? But are we representing anyone? Me and you. That makes two, Daddy. I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent. Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you put it that way, you mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket. Okay. I'll think of something. That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Welcome to the team, Daddy-o. The team. Right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. If Mr. Hat is, if he was hiding in Mr. Hat the whole time, I would be surprised. But how would they pull that off? That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling, Trucy, she was my light. Alright. Let's go to the defendant lobby. There we go. 7 years ago, District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I did regret having to declare a verdict this way. This trial's over. Ah, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar, the defendants escaped. Find them. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. When I came around the fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir. Down on the hands, floor on your head. Now, now, now. Well, what's the big idea? My ears. Oh, this guy. No unauthorized personnel are allowed in here. But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Soink? I just say it like it is, sir. It's usually wrong. Thrown out the precinct. Lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? I forgot what game he was in, but he was in a previous game. I did recognize him. On a case 2 years ago. No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present. Progressive tense, sir. There is no past. There's only now, sir. Okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. Well, I don't know what to say to you, dude. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing. I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct. Lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck a rising star in the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from a square one. A lowly bailiff. But your uniform. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. Whew. That can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day. I'm dying over here. A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope, then tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zack Gramarie's disappearance? Oh, the humanity. That's enough of that. Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in the court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open. Slam, and some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face. So you saw someone suspicious coming your way. Yes. And I, being a bailiff of real standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Aha! This courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. all by myself. Nary a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way does Zach Gramery run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this, and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw the magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Well, I remember it like it was right here, because it was lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that's it. That word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here. Oh, okay, I won't say it again, promise. But you have to admit, it's important. Difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right. Nothing was here, sir. How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zach was in this room when he vanished. Absolutely, sir. Whew. I saw him with my own eyes. That red silk hat. That flowing cape. He ran right in here. Right inside this room. Silk hat. Cape. That's Zach, all right. But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir? Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking? Had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Cyclops. I should have known. Hold on, go back. Here we go. We're gonna unlock that stuff. The disappearing trick. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey! What's with the atmosphere here all of a sudden? You know something and I'm going to find out what. Zach Gramery vanished from this room. How do you do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as sir. Why are you nervous if you are hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Yeah, sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was somewhere else in this room, wasn't there? Yeah, he was from a previous game. I remember seeing him. I forgot which one. Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day. Alright. Trucy Enigma. Sir, sir, I never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir? Sir, that day she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't. You mean you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing. But it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot tall magician. 7 feet. Zack isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zack Gramarye. But you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar?
Take that!
What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? Come again? Give me 1 second. That night on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists. Woo! We unlocked.
You win.
Let's go. I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zack Gramarye exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the courtroom, sir. Zack Gramarye, don't even think you escaped Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, that is. Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zack Gramarye. Do you know him? Oh, I love Zack Gramarye. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan. I see, that's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zack came into this room. But no one's been in here except me. But he has to be here somewhere. Under the sofa. In the trash can. Behind the painting. Under the rug. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him. Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week? But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Yeah, yep, Trucy. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. Give me 1 second. I got a phone call real quick. Sorry about that. Alright. You were standing by the door, and out came Zack. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat. Ah, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you're standing in the shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner and most likely runs through the closest door in lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at the very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape. Zack Ramery's red cape. Fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. If it was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. Or the scattered remains of a measly eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. This game is going way too many places, and I don't really know what else to really say. Holy crap. I don't know. I had no idea how much you'd suffer on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I apologize to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me. This guy's a sweet tooth for vivid description. He does. Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I let the defendant escape. That's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe, Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want, it's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zack Ramery that day in court until his mysterious disappearance. Now, part of the mystery's been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. Oh yeah, he looks like the Gumshoe. He does. It'll be 7 years before I met him again. Alright. Now we're back. Now we're in the future. The Borscht Bowl Club. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon always feels comfortable. Later then. So there's Christoph. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. I was about to reference something, but then I remember I shouldn't. Ahem, do you know who I am? Who am I? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I have heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Yeah, this is the guy from the first case who got hit with the bottle. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Whoa. Could this guy be who I think it is? Because this was the guy from the first case. The one that got hit with the bottle. Fuck, what was his name again? He was the victim. He got hit in the fucking bottle. Wait. Is that... Wait. I remember reading something about someone named Shoddy Smith. Shoddy Smith. I heard that name. Just tonight even. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Give me one moment, please. I gotta really think carefully about this. There's a connection. That's his name, yes. Now I think the rumor is true. And this is? A friend of yours? Oh god, this guy! Ah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. Ah, he will not be playing tonight. So wasn't this guy the reporter? Wasn't this the reporter that's connected with the fourth case as well? With that guy? Oh yeah, he's gonna be at Crossworlds soon. Yep. Yeah, he's gonna be at Crossworlds next week. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. Bah! 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 Ah! Bah! Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs, here's your Krabby Patty. Hey, Patrick. Hey, SpongeBob. This competition will be between others, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. SpongeBob! Nobody likes you! Okay, that's harsh. And I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. That was my poor attempt at trying to make a Squidward voice. It's actually just a front for my real talent. We're just playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go into the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. What if there was a visual novel for SpongeBob? People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. I kind of want that now. A visual novel for SpongeBob. Who the fuck would make it, though? I'll look it up. Yeah, if you can look it up, that'd be funny. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. Real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income. with the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go, there are 2 fan games on itch. Okay. Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shoddy Smith. Oh, and I'm Brushel, Spark Brushel, news reporter. Oh, I'm... No, Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am. Have we met? Ah. Wait, fuck. That's Zach? You mean to tell me that's Zach? What the fuck? That was Zach? Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Why didn't I put 2 and 2 together? I should have. It's the beard. Mr. Nigmar. The defendants escape. Find them, quick. Zach Gramery, yep. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double. You must not be allowed to escape. You can't be. But you're Zach Gramery. Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. But you have only an audience of 1. You. Zach Gramery, this must be a bad dream. And it says this guy ruined my life. So that explains something that I think is probably going to be revealed. It has to do with the first case, and it has to do with what happened 7 years ago. A certain person wants to cover shit up. There's a certain person who managed to fucking cause the forged evidence that led to Phoenix Wright getting his lawyer license terminating his badge. Thus, Zach Gramery being found guilty, but he was never convicted because he disappeared. I know I now know who it is. I ain't saying shit yet though. You're gonna have to wait till we get there. I already know who it is. But why did Trucy hand it to him? Somebody gave it to Trucy to give it. Someone gave it to Trucy to hand it to Phoenix. You there. We will play soon. Ready the room. I will be preparing the hideout for you. Are you really him? The Zach Gramery? Now I'm Shoddy Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? And exactly 3 days from now, it'll be 7. Does she not know who gave it to her? I am going to make the assumption that she's seen who the person was, but at the time didn't know the name. It's like 3 days from now will be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well, Trucy? I mean, she's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker. Those eyes, he's serious. I despise losing above all else, and so I have decided that I will win tonight no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. Makes me wonder why he had to die. It's a cover-up. There's a cover-up. And I really think the reason he died is because of a cover, because somebody does not want to get the truth out there. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes, you must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2. 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You chose to defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power? Trucy? She is in a class of her own. For 7 years, I played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. And I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals. Daddy? He's got a good hand. You might have a chance to react quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. But those are Trucy's line, progress, far greater skill. Her line? Recall you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifique Gramarye. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Gramarye blood or something? Blood. Uh-oh, we got the Magatama. I'm sorry, but this is not something I told lightly to outsiders, and it's nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of Gramarye secret, then. Fine, then. She's 15 this year? She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you'll know. I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this. This? A transferal of rights. You see the signature? A transferal? That's Magnifique Gramarye's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret, staging, and performance of my magic. To the recipient named below. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Gramarye. Yes, it is I. Wait. This page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. But wait! Let me see that. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifique gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. The greatest of Magnifique Gramarye's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Brushel. Sir. Ah, here you go. What's this? A letter passing the rights I inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary besides. I may not look like it, but I'm a certified notary. You are? By day, I wear notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I had come here tonight. There we go. Ah, I finally figured it out. Now I know why you come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years missing, persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all their possessions. Exactly, which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document before my 7 years are up. You might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance, but do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifi Grammary. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grammary, and Valet Grammary. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background, and found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else but Trucy's mother. It's a mystery. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother? How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh. So that was Trucy's mom. I thought that was Trucy. No, that was Trucy's mom. She's gone. What more is there to say? Lots. Ah, I know. Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifi Grammary's only daughter. End quote. What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true? Mr. Zach? Brushel, you say too much. Ah! What? Why am I the bad guy? Why? Me naughty. I'm trying to mimic the fucking Doodle Bob. Zach decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Thalassa Grammary, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather me some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition? Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago, we played. 7 years ago, I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose to another. And I've heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose unless one has an ace up their one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. To think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lighting up. That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You're warned. This guy's beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Brushel, you may leave. Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. I punch and I punch, but still it's not enough. I've just remembered a future prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Let us begin. Dealer. Da. You'll be witness to our competition. Da. It is an honor for me. Why hadn't I seen her around here before? That reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. The Grammary power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I needed to meet that reporter again. That was clear. And one other thing. For the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A man Zack Gamery knew. But how? And why? Hence, alright, so now it looks like we can go to Solitary Cell 13. Present day Central Prison, Solitary Cell 13. Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger at justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Yep, this is the other Gavin. The Christoph Gavin. Clavier Gavin's brother. Life has been full of surprises. For both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith. What's the name of the man you killed? Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zack Gamery. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zack? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises. Don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You're hyped for the Atari 50 Namco DLC? Nice. I still gotta get Atari 50th. You recall that case 7 years ago? Yes. The trial where Zack Gamery pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Speaking of Pac-Man, yes, we got the Sonic DLC coming out. Atari 50 is essentially how a retro game compilation should be done, 100%, yes. But I do want to get the Sonic DLC for Pac-Man World 2 Repack. I still gotta start that one up. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? I did an old versus new for Pac-Man World and Pac-Man World Repack, and I came to the conclusion that the original Pac-Man World Repack is way better than the original game on the PS1. I played the Switch version. You gotta go? Alright, no problem, Caitlin. You take care. For me personally, I think that Pac-Man World on the PS1 is like a 6 to a 6.5 out of 10. It was okay. It wasn't amazing or anything. Now, the remake, Pac-Man World Repack, smashes that game completely. That game is way better. Like, that's like an 8 to an 8.5 out of 10. That game is so much better. So much quality of life improvements. The game looks pretty as well. So what stops it from being a 10? I'll tell you why. The lack of Miss Pac-Man. And instead, we got Pac-Mom. And they retconned those other characters out. All because of a dispute between Bandai Namco and Act Games. I do prefer the music in the original Pac-Man world, but Repack is glorious. Yes. I do plan to do Pac-Man World 2 Repack. From what I've seen between the GameCube game and the remake, I feel like I don't need to do old versus new. I'll just stick to the new one that's coming out. Or it's already out. I even have it for Switch 2. I just gotta play it. But from what I've seen of it, it looks incredible. It looks, and I heard it's actually a lot harder, and they actually added stuff to it. So there's a lot more they added to the game compared to the original. And I intend to play it in the future. So it's something I'm looking forward to. And the thing is that Pac-Man World 2 on the GameCube and PS2, and even on the Xbox, was a fan favorite for a lot of people. But is the remake better? I'll have to play it myself. I'm sad that the Namco Anthology 2 port of Pack Attack couldn't make it to World Repack. Yeah. I know we got Pack Attack re-released in, there was a Namco museum on the Switch. No. It was actually a Pac-Man Collection Plus. That had Pack Attack. But was it that same version of Pack Attack? Or is it a different version? Because as much as I do want to stream Pac-Man World 2 Repack, there is another Pac-Man game I want to do before it. A very infamous Pac-Man game. People, and there are people who would not expect me to stream that game from start to finish. You wanna know what game that is? Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures for the Super Nintendo. It's infamous because of what type of game it is. I don't even know if the game is even bad or good. I honestly don't know. I can't tell you. But it's infamous in a sense where seeing all of Pac-Man's moods in that game and what they were trying to convey. But I'll get to that. Lots of Pack Attack ports are different. The one included in the original Pac-Man World 2 is my favorite out of the world versions, yeah. Because I do have the GameCube version of that game, and it also came with Pac-Man Versus. I got a buddy who has Pac-Man 2 as a guilty pleasure. Interesting. I will, because I do want to stream that game. And once I stream it, then I feel like I'll just go to Pac-Man World 2. The repack version. Because that's a game where people will be like, really? You're going to stream that game? And I'm like, yes. I've always had a little bit of morbid curiosity. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, wasn't it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Catch everyone by surprise? Well, since I'm talking about it on stream, it wouldn't really be a surprise. But yeah. Unanimous. Save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position after all. For 7 years, we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, Zach Ramery mentioned your name, Gavin. Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin? I believe that was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No. Zach Ramery. Uh-oh, we got the Magatama locks. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I've never seen psych locks like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Those are black locks, yes. Can I even unlock these things? And just fire them. Something wrong, right? No. It's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. Wait, that finger. You can't ever unlock those. He's doing his nails. But what about this? You're thinking of what self-respecting man would use nail polish. Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. That certainly does look like a first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. Nail polish slipped into pocket. There's a yellow envelope here. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail here in jail? That I do, though they read it at first, apparently. Still, I'm allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Alright, let's go back to the past. Alright, let's go to Drew's studio. Seven years ago, Drew's studio. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. I decided on sooner, Drew Misham. Was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. This is the most luxurious prison cell I've ever seen. Yeah, it was. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Oh, that's his daughter. That's my daughter, Vera. Say hello. A young Vera. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not sadly a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I'll be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work, outside of painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was, well, paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Your work. Don't try to pretend you're forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Don't tell me he's gonna have some Magatama locks. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That's not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy. The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as a reference. Second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes. As I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Ah, psych lock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Ugh. Let's go. You're hiding something.
Ready. Fight!
Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I've never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no psych locks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Ugh. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I made my stand. No backing down now. So what's Misham hiding? He's hiding the forger. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you said. What is it then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any psych locks. Psycho locks? Is that some sort of asylum security or a new hairstyle perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Not personally. Those words triggered the psych lock. Again with the psycho locks. Now I really must know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence? Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business. But I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psych locks. As long as I came to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is? The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Poppycock. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Me here in my studio. Who else could have done it? Who else could have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is...
Take that!
The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Right. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. Cyclops tell me you're not the forger. Which makes your daughter the only possibility. And I feel very much on the verge of going Psycholock myself. Let's go.
You win.
Got him. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter Vera, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to the studio. What? Why did you say so sooner? But their face was covered, and they did not want to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter. I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. Then that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Mr. Misham, I have a request. Let me guess. You like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so actually, with only one exception, which was, oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and when she was laughing. It was the first time I seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. Alright. Uh-oh. This could be tough. Maybe I'll just slide on over here for a closer look. This little tiny frame. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside? A stamp? Ah, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. Huh? That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. That's sack and valid, the Grammarys, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grammarys were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV, until the end. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. Take that. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say do re mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through this girl. And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp. How can I keep her talking? Great magicians, aren't they? Isn't trope grammar amazing? Ah. Yes? Oh. I especially like those two, Zack and Valet. I mean, they're, just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah. Whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic, yeah. Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. Yep, we got her talking now. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grammar Museum of Magic. The Grammar Museum? They had one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once when I was little, with Father. The Grammar's on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all. Yeah. Maybe you get to keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zack and Valet maybe. Oh, sure. Alright, better get asking before she changes her mind. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. Well, true, but there are lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. What the fuck? Kidnapped? Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. She says she went to the Grammar Museum. With you, in fact. Ah, yes. She was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm? But when I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently. She received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Father, I told you to keep that a secret. From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting, a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So you did this too? Oh, yes, that was my first job. Your first? All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips and the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer. She seems happy. Alright, her work was the last nail in the Grammar coffin. I guess no one told her. They're the best in the world. Huh? Oh. You mean Troop Grammar, of course. Father gave it to me. Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. I guess I just took it, yeah. Took it. Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean that letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Grammarys forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. And that's updated. Sent from the real client. So, you met with the person that you asked to do this job? And you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. Eh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really have to know. Here we go. Right, time to do some psych unlocking. Here we go. Let's do it. The client.
Ready. Fight!
You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp? No, that's not why. They listen to me. To my problem. The problem? That keeps her inside all the time? Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I have to do was use a good luck charm. A good luck charm that your client gave you. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this a good luck charm? This. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Ah! The same bottles over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once, cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power. Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? Was this one? This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I promised. I promised not to tell. Well, we figured it out. It was Gavin.
You win.
Let's go. I'm sorry, I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need a name anymore. I got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then? I think they might be the devil. Huh. Or maybe an angel. What do you mean? I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile. So where did you see this devil then? It was so quick, I don't remember well, but that's when I knew. That person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. I'm not sure what this devil she saw was, but it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charm. Well, I think that's all. I'll believe you now. I'm sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Gramery. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Your eyes, they're sad, very sad. I'll put on my smile next time I come, promise. I'd love to see you smile then too. Oh, okay. Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Alright, cool. Now let's go to the detention center. I think we might have something we can use right now. This blackmail right here. We're gonna have to present the Magatama now. We should have some of the information we need for this. The trick up his sleeve. I'm flying by the seat of my pants in this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world. That's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he's got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let's make this as painless as possible. If we prove this danger to show it. Alright, I do. This is your idea of danger? You don't agree, Mr. Valent? If you want my opinion, I would say there is something far more dangerous. And that is you. Fuck. I picked the wrong thing. It's a little early for me to be making mistakes. Think deadly and what's more deadly than a fatal accident. That could be the source of all the Grammy's problems. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, I was pretty hasty. I think this is the stage pistol. Why, that's one of ours. Specially designed for you to for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. There we go. That's the first lock. Zach and Valent's quick draw shoot him. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot him canceled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, it could have been canceled because someone had already been hurt. Ugh! Fascinating, my frustrating foraging friend. Well, tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would happen if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely who do you claim we shot? Looks like I chose the right path. Let's just hope he walks in with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on, and this shows who it was. I wonder if we actually get to use this one right now.
Take that!
But that's Zach Ramery's wife, and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe, was her name. Ah, Alcazar. Now, there we go. How can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in the now mode, huh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Alright, here we go.
Take that!
Troupe Gramarye's performances were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze. We were an age. A golden age. It's all here on the stamp. There's Thalassa, yep. Ugh. Trucy's mother is missing. I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. There we go. A part of his memory is still locked up. There's one thing you're still failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader, Magnifi, was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Valent's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright? I'm so close. There has to be something. But how Thalassa's death could affect Zach and Valent's relationship with Magnifi. I see it in your eyes. You still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. With a person. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zach's wife tied both your hands. And this information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zach Gramarye's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Gramarye's only daughter. Ah, there was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifi's power for you, I don't know what is. Well, I don't know what was. It was. It was an accident. Got it.
KO! You win!
Let's go. There's no proof, none at all. But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. You mean Troop Gramarye? The master, McAfee Gramarye, his only daughter, and his 2 disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. But that is all it was. An accident. Zack and Valance toward the force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight toward that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, sing, pow, into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick, with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and McAfee his daughter. And that led you to blackmail, I take it. It's all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Why did McAfee Gramarye try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is it was a critical time for Troop Gramarye, a passing of the torch for McAfee and Zack and Valance. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all, yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose McAfee's wishes. McAfee forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads? Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Gramarye, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. I'm sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find McAfee's slayer, I should think. True. Ah. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing, quite persistently. A reporter? He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I've forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name? I do not recall, but his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Brushel. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I began to notice the dark curtain hanging over Troop Gramarye, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time, though I got a pretty good idea who it is now. The smile and the sickly sweet smell of mint. Last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Gramarye to his world. Sooner or later, I have to track him down. So we're done with the past. Let's go to Drew Studio. Present day Drew Studio. Well, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course, I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Mishan was poisoned and his daughters? Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalistic wishes he tracked down a case just a little quicker, end quote. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Zack Gramarye was a good friend. Zack said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club. What a character. What a man. If a little, no, a lot. No, extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask a few questions? Oh, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not the other way around. End quote. Fine, shoot. I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. It was tragic to what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime and they paid the price. You know what really didn't them in though, don't you? Yes, a forged diary page. The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day, for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes. End quote. Being watched. You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck, freaks out, end quote. Because you felt guilty? Why would I feel guilty? You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Paranoia. Drew Misham felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure what he is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gramery got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then for 7 years he talks to no one, not a soul. Then just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, aren't we? And you were being watched this whole time? Maybe not just me, maybe you were too. Me? I met Zach through that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnifique Gramery? Magnifique Gramery? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean the accident during the quick draw shoot and practice. My. You're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy, all for me. I was younger then, and my days had nice smell of fresher mint than they do now. Valiant Gramery didn't mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Gramery at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it? Really? Then Thalassa disappeared quite suddenly at that, and wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches a scent of a scoop, goes on a feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, see? Zach Gramery. Something strange was written in the air over Troop Gramery in those days. The whole scream mentor controlling disciple scene started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, 5 times, but over time he came to see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time. Simple news, eh? Waiting. For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifique Miracle. Of course it was all a dream. Because of this. The performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights back to both Zach and Valiant? So Valiant waited until Zach died. Legally, at least. Time finally comes and Valiant's like a kid on the Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at Sunshine Coliseum, you know. If that document sees a legal light of day, it's going to put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that phallic Grammary. Lost out to his partner at work and in love too. Love? It's the same old story, really. Two disciples, and their mentor's only daughter. What is three sides and all of them pointy? A love triangle. That is pretty classic. When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family, one with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And in the middle of all this, Thalassa has Trucy. Then she dies. I didn't find out more about this Thalassa. No, not that. Mr. Brushel, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course. I was friends with Zach after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I never forget his wife. Thalassa Grammary. Magnifique Grammary's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? So, Thalassa married Zach and had Trucy, see. It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer too. Apparently he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They only had been married 1 year. I didn't know. Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know. I've known Trucy since she was a little thing too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. Huh? What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know. Thalassa has another child besides Trucy. End quote. What? But Trucy says she was her only child. Ah, yes. This one she had with her previous husband. Her previous husband? Her first husband who died during a performance? Yep. They had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Thalassa had another child. Do you think I could borrow that photo? Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know. You don't think? I don't know why. Unless there's a random other child that we're going to meet, something tells me I think I know who that other child is. So if we have Trucy, I think I know who it might be. And here's a theory. I would not be shocked if I'm wrong about this, but I really have this strange feeling that that other child, the orphan, I think that other child is Vera. Vera Misham. And that she was adopted by Drew Misham. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's going to be it. But I really think that she might be the adoptive daughter of Drew, and that she was the mother of Thalassa, as well as her first husband who died. But then again, at the same time, if it was her, then why wasn't she with? Then again, at the same time, that theory might also be like a bit of a fallacy, because if that was her, then why wasn't she with Thalassa and the Grammary troupe? Why would she be with Drew? So that was a theory that I thought about, but then like I remembered something else. So yeah, it might be impossible. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all. I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can, and I have to tell you what I find it to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the one who closed the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Magnifi. I was just wondering, what Magnifi would think of all this? What do you mean? Haven't you seen Intrusi? She's got his power. You mean, how I can't lie to Trucy? It was the same with Magnifi and with his daughter, Thalassa. It's a strange thing. You think it's some grammar gene? Magnifi told me once, back when Zack married Thalassa. He said Zack had good eyes. But not good like a Grammary's eyes. Not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grammary's secret was? Maybe nobody. Now that Zack's gone. Zack Grammary. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warping Grammary fabric and grew, swallowing everything. Wrapping itself around the Grammary's power. A power which passed from Magnifi Grammary to Thalassa to the next generation. Now, once again, need to meet the one who bridged it all together. Makes me wonder. I'm thinking also another theory is there might also be a direct connection of the Grammary family, or at the very, I think there might be some sort of connection with the Grammary family to Apollo. I don't know. Maybe. I just don't know. Could it also be possible that Apollo's mother was Thalassa and his father was whoever that stuntsman was that she married before he died? It could be. I feel like that might be more plausible than what I said about Vera. Alright, let's go to the Borscht Bowl Club. We're gonna see what happens here. Alright, so we were here before. So we're going to try to solve this Grammary secret. The Grammary secret. I have to know more about this power Trucy's. It's like she could see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, that I always say. Yet I myself had no such power. But Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Grammary? I will not speak of that. Thalassa's officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame. One that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. So you and Valiant, Grammary's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Violet would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you. Alright, that's the first one broken. Her eyes. I love Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She's dead and Magnifique Gramarie's joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy. Is Zach? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else, someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Talas's power. How would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. Well, yeah. So, there's someone else who has that same power. And you know what I said about a connection between Apollo and the Gramaries? Like some sort of deeper connection? I think this might be proof. This boy. His name is, I forget, something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law office. So, what are we to make of this, oh, great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Talassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory? I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. This portrait right here. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Talassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband? He died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined us, Gramaries, as a guest in our show. After Talassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then. I have a photograph of her here. Those are the same bracelets. Couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They are of a Gramarie family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zach? I took this photograph of Talassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy. Her son. Bingo! Ding, 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 ding!
You win!
There we go. That's the Gramarie secret. This strange power, I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet the fact is that it's passed down the Gramarie line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Talassa, once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension. If she were to face a person and they became tense, even slightly, then she would know no matter how hard they try to hide it from her. So she could see it. Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension. So that means that Apollo and Trucy are half-brother and half-sister. Without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait. Weren't they something she wore? Yes. Her bracelets. I admit, the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. So, half-siblings. Okay. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? I have made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister, yes. And the brother, too, has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am your debt. Once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something. Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. And this is something to do with the power. What have I told you? The Gramarye power reacts to tension in others. When a Gramarye senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minutes of contractions of the muscles. So minute, they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles. Oh. So that's what the bracelets are for. With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions. Because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Precisely. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? I guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of a kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So basically, what you're saying is, the Gramaryes can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me, too. Of course, it's difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone can tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. But wait, Truzy doesn't have any bracelets. You're talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That this is all I know of things Gramarye. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor, Magnifique Gramarye, passed from this world to the next. Oh, here we go. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifique's test. A test? In his last years, Magnifique Gramarye worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. What? It is thanks for playing along on my show. You shot well tonight, Zack, though I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. Wow. I thought you might say that. If I weren't home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? Then, of course, I would have given Valent his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Valent were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Yet this ending too gives me no regret, no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I'm sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day. Seems to me that Magnifique wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valent's. Perhaps. But it is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. It is worse than that, actually. Public opinion is a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valent had helped you pull it off. But that's madness. Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Huh? Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated? Even though I'm dead? That night, Zack Ramery was killed. He died as Shoddy Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. His confession, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valent Ramery. Let's see what happens now. At the Sunshine Coliseum. I remember feeling bad for Zack, yep. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valent. 7 years, has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask of you. I've spoken to the press. I have nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear from you. I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire. Do not be deceived. Valent's skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. Zack Ramery. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zack Ramery murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as if it were 12 only yesterday. Yet that was not the way of it, in the end. But while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner Zack vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of the press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They covered the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudeville and distraction. And here must I stand smiling at them all. What am I, if not a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. I knew we'd be seeing these sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Oh, I'm not gonna let this go. I am not letting this go. Magnifi's death.
Ready. Fight!
Ask what you will get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years, I have endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop were within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valent, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb that should shake things up. Valent, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this.
Take that!
This. That purple envelope. And what might that be? I see it bears the Grammary seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner. But I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnifi's miracles. What? Zack Grammary? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter. Trucy Enigma, actually. She's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous. Zack is gone. Vanished into the void. This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Why? Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot McAfee. Yes, it was Zach. It was. And then he left. And then my career as a magician fell into darkness. Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Gramery shot McAfee, was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valet. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed McAfee Gramery? Here we go. I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zach Gramery wrote one more thing before he passed on. This. But this is a confession in which he admits to the killing of McAfee Gramery. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zach wrote this right in front of me. After I explained your situation to him. Alaka so, oh God. Got him.
KO! You win!
Let's go. Hook, line, and fucking sinker. You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes, it's my opinion that Zach Gramery killed no one. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Two receive instructions to kill, but if one's innocent, then the one who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Though he vanished to protect me, his partner. Story tale, this true. Did you shoot McAfee Gramery in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run the police perchance? Do as you will. There is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I need my mentor McAfee's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. I knew it. So Valet Gramery did kill the great McAfee. So sorry, Mr. Wright, but it was not I who shot my mentor. But what? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple there, was there? Another disciple, such as, I don't know, knack and talent Gramery, maybe? The wild fantasies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zach and Valet received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. If it wasn't Zach or Valet who shot McAfee, then it had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Well, wait. You don't mean... Yes. The great McAfee Gramery himself. So you're saying he committed suicide? So McAfee Gramery committed suicide? You find it hard to believe? To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So he spoke with McAfee Gramery. Yes. And this is why I knew what he had done. McAfee transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zach Gramery. Not me. I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology, huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of a murder. Well, what? Your crime? Is Valiant Grammary confessing something to me? What could be more serious than murder? Alright, let's go. You see, I knew that the 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That's when I understood Magnifi's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands. Hands? Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. Demon? The demon. Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnifi, and I planned on framing my partner for the crime. What? What? What the fuck, man? That night I prepared something before going into Magnifi's hospital room, which was IV fluid, of course. I've seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came, but then Magnifi called me back. I am sorry, Valiant. I'm giving my magic to Zack. Not you. You still like the draw he has. Please help him if you can. I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I just had been told consumed me. Wow. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnifi Grammary killing himself. Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frighten him, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints, then I used the syringe to add the IV liquid I brought. Wow. What the fuck, dude? So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnifi died and you framed Zack for his murder. As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but yes, I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valiant. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Right. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. You're going to turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zack Grammary was alive? Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me. What if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zack Grammary. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Zack Grammary. Shoddy Smith. Whichever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver. And the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I had to do to push back for the darkness for good. And it would involve paying that man a visit. Wow. So there's one... That means all we have left is the solitary cell 13. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well... Could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard. but there's something I need to see. Well, while we're here, there is something. There's a loose end. This yellow envelope. There it is, the yellow envelope. And the sender is Drew Misham. I was right. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. And this is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote. Then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this Antricinin spray finds anything. Got it. It was at the stamp. So this was Drew Misham's messenger of the death. It was a stamp, all right? No mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. Oh. Gotcha. We got the letter. Finally, decisive evidence. The interview request came like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you. So please, release the spell you put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin. I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin? There's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Apollo was right about the stamp, yes. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of Atracanin poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving out then. Right? Wait. Yes, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Wow. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now it is time. Every story has an ending. You come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. All right. This has to be it. This has got to be it. Welcome to the court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. It's time to put it all together. Yes, Dragon. Is the defendant, Vera Misham, innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Preparations complete. We gotta do this. I'm duct taping my eyelids because I want to see this group, but it's 3:30 a.m. here. Yeah. That's fair. Something inside me. Rising. Surfacing. Something important. Lost long ago. It's close now. So close. October 9th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Misham. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready to rock. The prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant, Vera Misham's condition? Acute atracinin poisoning. According to her physician, she could die at any time. Thus, her absence from the courtroom today. What? They can't put her on trial without her being here. It is unusual. They should wait for her to get better and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them. That's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer, or they risk having no one left to try. A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tells us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right. If Vera dies, the trial will be canceled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin? The prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Misham succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done.
Objection!
But Vera was poisoned with atropine, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have had access to the poison. Significant, since it's rather hard to come by. That is true. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict. What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Misham is innocent, not the killer. Is that so? Then you have to prove something. She was in court giving her testimony before us. How do you propose her killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mystery killer was. The prosecution's objection is sustained. I asked the defense to prove his claims to this court. Tell us how Vera Misham was poisoned. I got two things to prove here. Who did it and how. Which to hit first? Let's start by showing how first. How did the killer poison Vera Misham? I'll focus first on the method used. Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin? Not a bottle or container of the poison was found on the defendant's body. I see. So the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Misham? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Misham? Alright. There is something here. But there is one thing that I could think of that would be the most useful thing for her. I'm thinking I'm gonna take a stab at this and think that this is the nail polish. So that way there wouldn't really be any traces of the atropine on her body. What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand. Is that nail polish? It's colorless. Ah, something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all. So the killer poisoned his bottle and made her drink it. As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish. Nail polish? It's like paint for nails? Know any women with red nails? Ah, my wife has red nails. I see, so she's been painting them all this time. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court? Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails. Her nails. Ah! Prosecutor Gavin? When the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails? Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once, Mr. Justice. Yes? Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish? Yes. That bottle belongs to Vera Misham? Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this? No? Just checking. Mr. Justice, You're about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottled nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation. Here, let me show you. Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time. Then let us ask. Who poisoned Vera Misham for your nail polish? There's only one person who could do that. Someone who also had that particular same exact bottle of the nail polish. And that's none other than Christoph Gavin. So Christoph Gavin, he pretty much wants to cover a lot of shit up. So the information regarding what happened 7 years ago would be lost in time. So it's Christoph Gavin.
Take that!
What's this? Christoph Gavin?
Objection!
What's your game, my bro? There's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else. Indeed. He's behind bars. I know. However, that doesn't mean it wasn't possible to do what he did. What? Ask yourselves, when he put the poison in the bottle? It could have been yesterday. It could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago. But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable. Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there's a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness. Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay. The defense's wish is granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand. Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison. It really is wild. What the fuck is going on here? Ah, Your Honor? How nice to see you again. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Ah, Mr. Justice, I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss? Dip up a lip, Apollo. You can do it. Does this bottle look familiar? Or I don't need nail polish. Why, yes. I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. And? Was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste indeed. This nail polish was how Vera Misham was poisoned. Atracanine, was it? You're well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Clavier, maybe you can explain this. You're being accused again. By him again. Ah. And? You agree with his accusation, do you? Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please. I'd be delighted. The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of poisoning of the defendant, Vera Misham. Please testify on this matter to court. Alright, here we go. Poisoning Vera. Owning the same nail polish does not a murder make. I have been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poison, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father too. Woo! What an asshole. Well, I'm afraid that the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely. Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Miss Hams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? Very well, Mr. Justice. Begin your cross-examination. I'm accusing Kristoff, my ex-boss. But I know he poisoned the Miss Hams. The question is, when could he have done it? Not to mention, why?
Ready. Fight!
He obviously knows something that he doesn't want us to know. Alright, so this is going to... Yes, and it's about to unravel because we're going to be using the perception as seen with that bracelet above. Just gotta figure out when to do it. Let's go. I know where I'm gonna go. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for this, for poisoning her father too. Wait, let me see that again. Wait, hold on. Let me see one more time. I think I might need to take a closer look. So let's proceed. I see the scar. There we go. Got it.
Gotcha!
We got it. It was you who killed Drew Misham. A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said, her father too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news. And? Let's assume for the sake of argument that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Misham fond of nail polish too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need a nail polish to get to someone's mouth. Ah. Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Misham was killed on October 6th. While I was already in my solitary confinement cell in Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But you found a way, all the same. And I found it too. Eh. This is how you poisoned Mr. Misham. I really think it's that stamp, yeah. I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Misham died, he was seen writing a letter. Astrogan was found on the stamp, Mr. Gavin. So am I to understand this stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yes, this stamp was found in your prison cell. Ooh. That is all, Your Honor. Order, order, order. Poison on the back of that stamp? After Drew Misham was killed, someone paid a visit to his witness cell. Phoenix Wright. Wriggle out of that one. Yep. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Misham write you a letter. That's how you killed him. What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need to do is recall witness Spark Brushell's testimony. Well, that's the thing. See, after he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp. End quotes. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was a mere coincidence that he used it that night. That would seem to be the case. Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence. He does have a point. How would the witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder. What? Really, Clavier? You should be seeing through these weak-spined bluffs by now. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Misham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christoph Gavin locked away in his cell. Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things to say. You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense's bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christoph. Javier? Honestly, I wanted to believe you, but the defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff. You were, Christoph. Well, what are you saying? Prosecutor Gavin? So Prosecutor Gavin is basically... Is he turning on his brother? Her forehead? What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that. This poison stamp killed Drew Misham, yeah? Yeah, seriously, this game. To which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Misham would use the stamp. Yes, that's right. Which is why it couldn't have been planned. Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't that have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Drew Misham died by that stamp. That's all. Coincidence? Christoph, you try to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. That's not bluffing? What is it? What are you up to, Clavier? I can ask you the same question, Christoph. Well, Clavier is the better Gavin. Let's be real. Heh. I silenced the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency. But Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony. Very well. I shall take his claim head on then. Justice? But what? You accuse me of Drew Misham's murder, yes? Then allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter? Apollo? Motive. He's talking about a motive. Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter. Now here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose. So, what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe you have some evidence to prove a motive. A motive for murder. This is a vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement. I'd say it's about this vital. That's pretty vital. Well, Mr. Justice, I'm going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence. Then let's see what you have for us. What reason does Christoph Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Misham? Perhaps this red envelope?
Take that!
Christoph Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Misham's studio in the first place. And why was that? Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Misham accepts his first job creating forged evidence. I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnifique Grammary's diary. Ah, when attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes. This was the evidence he presented to his loss. This evidence is a fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven.
Objection!
The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright, who, other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it? And why would they? Just out of curiosity. Do you remember this letter? This is the first page. And this is the second. Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Misham by the client who requested that forgery. The enclosed stamp was none other than the poison commemorative stamp. Drew Misham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old? The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery to keep them from talking. But he made a mistake. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Her forehead? Do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp, and it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Misham was none other than Phoenix Wright.
Objection!
Nope. Nope. Sorry, but that's not how this is gonna go down. Oh? Then how will it go down? I checked through the records on that case when I found this. 7 years ago. Just before the trial began. Oh, old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. And one more thing. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your precious attorney only yesterday. Your previous attorney only yesterday. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before? Now here's the question. Just who was Shadi and Nigmar's previous defense attorney? No. This can't all be. But it is all true. There was another man. A defense attorney with a badge in his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin. There we go. It's Christoph. Order, order, order. Well, what is the meaning of this? Witness, I mean, defendant, former lawyer. Let me begin by denying this.
Objection!
It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin, and impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim? That'll be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield.
Objection!
Her forehead? Are you sure you don't have evidence? What's wrong with the prosecutor, Gavin? He looks clammy. Evidence. Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier. Just prove it. Clear up those doubts. Clear up these doubts now, or I swear, I'm off this case. You must have thought of some evidence. Apollo. Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. That darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him. And the proof is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's legs to Drew Misham? Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested the forgery of Drew Misham 7 years ago. Prove it. It can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not...
Objection!
Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then, I say we give him the benefit of the doubt. Very well. But if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty. Just in case.
Objection!
Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passion? Oh. That was the first time you called him by his full name. Yep. I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice? Fine, Your Honor. All I have to prove is any kind of link. Something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew Misham. And I have something that clearly does the job. Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Misham. This letter.
Take that!
This evidence proves there's a link.
Objection!
That scrap of paper? I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't. Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting. Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this? Ah, I see now. Yes, of course. What do you mean, of course? I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright? When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Excuse me. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail. Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell? No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habit. Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible. This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter. Reproduction? When Mr. Wright visited Christoph's Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. What? He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail. Ooh! Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney for suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? As embarrassing as it is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please. The defense's claim is denied. What? Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record. Better luck next time, Justice. Oh my God. Well, we certainly had taken a detour from our cross-examination, but the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point. Apollo, do something. I'm thinking, but without evidence, I don't have anything I can use on him. Very well, this ends the special witness's cross-examination.
Objection!
Wait. The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why. Prosecutor Gavin? Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years, and I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph? Clavier, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Clavier. Apollo, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember, what's really important to you? You amuse me, Hair Forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. Finally, you just couldn't resist, couldn't you? Alright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? My request we put the current cross-examination on hold. The prosecution would like to call a new witness. State your name and occupation for the record. I'm familiar with the trial. I watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it? Unnatural. Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence, and the next moment you call in Drew Misham. It was almost as if what? Wait a minute. Funny, it didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence. Ah, correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page. Don't do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me, Kristoff. There we go. What? What? Well, he didn't see that one coming. It was the night before the trial. Clavier, Kristoff, I'd seen you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. Ah, I won't be appearing at the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. But in exchange, I brought information. Information? The attorney who will be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then, I wondered about it at the time. How did Kristoff know so much? Prosecutor Gavin? Kristoff, we were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserve that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case. The victim's belongings? Which would have included Magnifi's diary, wouldn't it? Mr. Gavin. My Clavier. You disappoint me. You find trees yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug. Not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo? I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Gramery. 2 cards. Showdown time. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion. Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete. Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Kristoff Gavin. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright? A second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs? He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse of a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it. So the one who requested the forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, those 2 men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Gramery both deserve what they got. So you asked Mr. Misham to forge that evidence so you could win. But then when you were dismissed as Zach Gramery's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Ha! Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep. Prosecutor Gavin? Perfectly? You're mad, Kristoff. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end? Cancelled? When the defendant vanished? Ah, I get it. So, Kristoff, You've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance. So you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years. You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said. Every day for 7 years. But I felt it too. Shuttle is sure he's being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gramery got revved out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? Well, wait just a minute. Zach Gramery was seen by this reporter? How is it that possible? Was he alive after being gone 7 years? Finally, I knew this moment was coming. I just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Zach Gramery, gone missing for 7 years. Trucy's father. What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him. Right. Leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler. I remember him quite well. Shotty Smith, was it? Poison in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic. The deals don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zach Gramery. What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going. We'll talk about it later. Did she already know? Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this? It all started 7 years ago. The great magician Magnifique Gramery's death started it. Magnifique Gramery's death and his student, Zach Gramery, the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be a famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence. Do you miss him? Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin? Precautions? To keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leave them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you plan your poisoning of the forgers. Atricinin. Applied to the commemorative stamp, but luck was on Mr. Misham's side. The bomb didn't go off. His daughter, she saved him by taking the stamp. I see. But that wasn't the only bomb he set up. The Aridani nail polish, of course. You noticed something when you requested the forgery. When Vera Misham was nervous, she had a habit. A tendency to bite her nails. Ah, that nail polish was a good luck charm. She was almost kidnapped once. Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. That person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me. Yes, apparently, she received something. A gift. She won't tell me what it was. It was from that client, the one who wanted that note made. It was his insurance. Insurance? As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous. And the nail polish would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years. And then they went off almost simultaneously. Oh shit. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Clavier, Surely you understand. We're back to the evidence. The lacking evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and the Atracanen that took Drew's Misham's life.
Objection!
What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Ramery to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shady Smith, about whom we know little else. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive.
Objection!
Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Misham, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial's been finished for 6 months now. He's big brain, yeah. This guy's a big brain. But so is Apollo. I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Misham who is on trial here. No. But you were doing so well, Apollo. As long as there's no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Misham innocent.
Objection!
Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence.
Objection!
You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was a poison in nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Misham to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. What? Evidence is everything. There was nothing more. I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion. Your Honor, Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well. However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Kristoff, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. Huh? What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case for a new judicial system. Yeah, that's right. I totally forgot. The juris system. Juris, you say? The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law. Common citizens? Common citizens? Wisdom? Is this some kind of joke? What could we possibly gain by doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth breeders? Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law. Nonsense. There's only room for two in this court, me and the law. Keep the riffraff out. Out, I say. They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright? So, everything was leading to this. Of course. Right. Yeah, he's cracking. Right. Right. Woo. I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law. The law is everything. Law is absolute. You let ignorant swine soil your courts? Kristoff, it's over. Clavier. The law is absolute? You can't be serious. What? Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's full of contradictions. The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge, like a gem polished to a gleam through trials and errors. It is this fruit we receive and pass on, and face in our time. And it is always changing, growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings. Except for you, Kristoff. You aren't changing. You stopped. You're not needed anymore. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. But someday, I'll know what law is. And I'll fight to change it if I have to. Wow. I see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as the trial of Vera Misham, accused of murdering her father. The painter drew Misham, however. Several other incidents were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurist of the court, for the death of Drew Misham, how do you find the defendant, Vera Misham? Innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter. All right. October 9th, 12:48 p.m. Jurist Chambers. This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Misham is currently in intensive care. If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Misham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all. Please, wait. Yes, jurist number 6? There's something in the jurist handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists. That is correct. I've looked into all your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case. With the development of the case. I see. Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in the case against Vera Misham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely. Judge well. So, it's either going to be guilty or not guilty. What? Is that Laminat? Can't save now. Alright. So, with this, I'm gonna think long and hard about this. So, we already know which one's the truth. So, let's go over everything real quick. So, it is perfectly clear that Kristoff was the one that not only killed Zach Ramery so that he wouldn't talk, so we wouldn't even know. It's mainly just to silence him. We wouldn't know the truth from him. But we already got it. But there's another thing. For both Drew and Vera Misham, both of them were poisoned, just so they could be silenced. So it wasn't Phoenix Wright, and there was no way Vera could have done this. She was framed. It's Kristoff. He wants it so that there's no contradictions, only absolutes. Well, he ain't getting what he wants. So, because of this, I personally think that Vera is not guilty. Wait. She has that bracelet too. Wait a minute. What? What? That's Frida. That's Apollo and Trucy's mother. So Lamira was their mother the whole time. What the fuck? I didn't see that coming. What the fuck? And so a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. The first verdict under the jury system. Innocent by unanimous decision. The records will show. She had that bracelet. Wow, so that's their mother. That when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any ever heard before. Or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 a.m. The morning after the trial, in an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Farah Miss M opened her eyes. October 10th, 2012 a.m., Hickfield Clinic. Farah, I'm so glad. Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too. And proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about what if Vera, hey now, don't you start crying too. I'm sorry you had to see us like this. But Vera, by the way, if you picked guilty, you would see a different ending. I'm pretty sure I would. Thank you so much, Apollo. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have bitten your nails. No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Farah, when I opened my eyes and saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world. See things with your own eyes. It looks like the poison has some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life. I knew you pulled through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. The future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you. No, really, it's okay. Oh, wow. Oh, look, it's me. I love it. Thanks. Is that me? She really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so, at least. That reminds me. Do you know what the other lawyer is? The other lawyer. Oh, you mean Daddy? Somebody's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from all the things I've done. I hope I can look at him in the eyes someday and apologize. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that. He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier. You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all? You know, I knew my real daddy was alive. Huh? I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped them vanish from the courtroom. You know what? How? I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away. We may not meet again for some time, Trucy. But know this, I'll be watching. And one day I shall return. You're the next Grammary, after all. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he? It's okay, Phoenix is my daddy now, even if he can't really play the piano. That he can't. Oh, and I've got you too. Even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes. Glad I made your list. Hey, come to think of it. Where is Daddy? The one who can't play. Do you know Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy. Teehee. Oh, Trucy. Yes, Vera? I was wondering, Could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted. Yes, yet. Here goes. Do as an impersonation, Mr. Hat. Objection! Not enough. And I like Miss Magic underwear better anyway. Oh my god, no more of that, please. That's magic panties, Apollo. Enough with the panties. Enough. So, your memories return. Mr. Wright, was this all part of your plan too? I don't know what you're talking about. When I lost my memory, I was reborn as Lamira. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists. Ah, you're digging into it too much. Besides, there was no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy. Of course it's a happy thing. For so long, I thought I was alone. But now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This too, I think, is thanks to you. Are you going to tell them? They do not know? Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings. I will go to them when the time is right. Until then, don't worry, I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me too. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Your bracelet. Yes, I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years. But your bracelet wears the strangest of all. The bracelet wears the strangest of all. I remember meeting him half a year ago now, in Christophe Gavin's office. And then I met you. 2 fates destined to intertwine, and I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet. Yet it tore who I was away. "10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive that accident. That is why I left the troupe, my family. Now my memories return. I am myself once more. For the first time, I'm glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Fair Miss Ham regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing. Fate. Sometimes life is taken. A life is taken. Sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. As long as they got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story. For now, anyway. I've still got a long way to go. And this power of mine, well, it needs work. But there's hope now. We lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep it at this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, training time. Gotta go. Court of steel. Here comes justice.
Objection!
And so that wraps up, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. I'm glad you stayed with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Trope Grammary. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy. Trucy Grammary? Frankly, I got my doubts, but Hat Grammary, now that'll pack him in. So, I'm going to be very honest with you. Okay, let's do this first. It's not every day you get a trial that rocks harder than one of our gigs, yeah? That's why it's over. The Gavineers are breaking up. The news caused a run on tissues at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. To be quite honest, I kind of don't really think this one's anywhere near as good as the original trilogy. There's some good stuff that came from this, but there's some stuff that's just so fucking strange. Still a good game, but, well, it's finally over. You know, thinking about it, I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted and I've got time on my hands, maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam again. I don't know. It's just there's some stuff that just didn't really feel like it gave me the same type of oomph feeling that the first three did. The best case is easily the last one. The worst case is the third case. The one with the concert in Lamira. That's the worst case, easily. So I was standing around eating stackus the other day when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch, or better yet, make them ding. Ah, the power of science, although the preservatives might not be 100% safe. I do like Emma Sky. And Clavier's the better Gavin of the two. Fuck Kristoff. And Brushel is easily one of my least favorite characters. He's so annoying. He's so awkward. In a likely event you're wanting Russian feast, come to Borscht Club. The only thing cold in the restaurant is borscht. But if greater challenge is being required, then come to the hideout. You know who to ask for. It needed one more case, and I kind of felt like the third case was way too fucking long. It's way too long. It honestly dragged. I'm sorry, but it honestly dragged. So Kentucky Pastries is getting back to his Eastern roots, spread the culture and all. Yo, boss, culture time. This is how we write root, capiche? But we're still about giving back to the people. Yo, boss, PR time. And this is how we write people, alright? It didn't make sense, no. It just didn't make... The reason why it didn't make sense is because, like, they just added, like, so many different things. It's like a confusing puzzle. I just don't understand it. Joy, Chinese characters on cake was a fly, like, idea, like, whatever. Yeah, like... It dragged... To me, it really dragged the game down. Honestly, I didn't really like the second case that much either. But at least, it didn't really drag. But it was interesting though. And it has some characters I really like from that case. Like, yeah, like I don't know, but it's fine. Yeah, this is easily my least favorite game in the series so far. But it's still a pretty good game. It's just not as good as the original trilogy. In fact, guess what? I have a little special treat that I'm going to do right now after we're done with the credits and everything. Oh, this guy. You wanna know what we're gonna do? The special treat that I'm gonna do? We're gonna do a tier list, which I'm going to rank all the Ace Attorney games that I have played, and the ones that I haven't ranked yet will be ranked. So we're gonna do like a tier list. Yes, it's Tuesday, but we're doing a tier list. The Ace Attorney series. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do it right after we're done with this, and then we're gonna wrap up. That's the plan. The funny thing is, I've only played through 5 games and beaten them. There'll be more. There'll be more. I don't know how to thank you for all you've done. Light has returned to my life, and with it, joy. I may have lost years, but I've gained a treasure. 2 treasures, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that too. That much, I'm gonna. But here's one thing I'll say. Oh, fuck this guy, by the way. I'll say this. The next game in the series I'm going to do is not 5. I'm not. We will get to Dual Destinies, but not yet. The next game I'm going to do is Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. That's the next game I'm going to do. Kiji Nofune. I decided to keep painting. Originals only, of course. I suppose I have to see a bit of world outside to find what to paint. But I know there are good people out there now. I've met them. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you. Originals creator, series creator, Shu Takumi. So yeah, Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is the next Ace Attorney game I'm going to do. Next year. Ooh, we got a wallpaper. And this is the first game in this collection that we've beaten. There's 2 more. But we'll get there. I would love Ace Attorney 7. If Ace Attorney 7 happens, then that's going to make me do the other games sooner. At the very least, 5 and 6. So we're done. That right there is it for Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Honestly, it could have been so much more, but I feel like the second and the third cases kind of like tacked on a lot of stuff, but the third case more so than the second. So it's time for a surprise tier list. We're gonna do an Apollo Justice Ace Attorney tier list, or rather Phoenix Wright, an Ace Attorney series tier list, mind you. Let's actually get this ready. Let me just make sure it's good and ready, because I want to get this tier list all set up. There we go. All right. All right, great. Here it is. This right here is the Ace Attorney tier list. We are going to I'm gonna get like some music here. It's not gonna be a long tier list that we're gonna do, simply because there's only a few games in the series I've beaten. So all right, let's do it. So let's go. Oh, let me just get the music ready. All right. I'm gonna say this right now. There's no game that I played so far that warrants an F. The jury system is in the great Ace Attorney games, and that way it works. It's awesome. Yeah, no problem. Forlorn, you take care. Thanks for staying up through to see the end. You take care. You have a good one. And yes, I will see you someday, Dragon. But yeah, take care, Forlorn. All right, so let me lower the audio a little bit. So I have the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 remix. All right, so we're gonna start from the beginning. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney is a fantastic game. On the DS, these games started. The first 3 games were on the Game Boy Advance. But we never got them. We got them on the DS. And that's where they started to gain notoriety. It's a really good game. It introduces the system of the whole turnabout court system, the turnabout trial, and you have you're the defense attorney. You have to defend your clients in each of the cases. In the DS version, they had a 5th case, exclusive to that version originally. But I thought this was a really good game. So this one right here gets an A. Really good game. It's up there as one of the best games on the DS. So the next game afterwards, we get Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All. It's the second game in the series. Because like the first game introduces like typical characters, like you have the Faze, you have Miles Edgeworth, you have the Judge, you have Dick Gumshoe. You get those characters. The second game, however, introduces a new character, like a couple new characters. But the biggest character that they've introduced, in my personal opinion, that I loved, happens to be Franziska von Karma. At first, I didn't really think too highly of her, but she grew on me as time moved on, especially in other games that I played that had her in it. I thought the pacing was a lot better than the original Phoenix Wrights. So I'm gonna go and put this right here on A. It's more of an A+. And then we have the third game in the series, which will be Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. Godo is a piece of work, but he's also a fan favorite. You also get a flashback where you have Godot's alter ego, as well as like Mia Fey. It was a bigger flashback from many years prior to any of these games. But this, to me, I felt this was the best pace. This goes on S rank. I felt that this was the best pace out of the original trilogy. The stories were hard hitting. The characters were at their very best here. And I felt that the drama just was the most compelling out of any of the Ace Attorney games. Phoenix's backstory with Dahlia is amazing. It really was. They really did a fantastic job. This was the culmination of the original trilogy. It could have just ended here. So this gets an S. This is the best one of the original trilogy. Next up, I'm going to talk about the one that I just beat tonight, which is Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. This game is going to get a C. Not the biggest fan of it. I feel as if that it's a pretty solid game. It's a good game, but it just didn't really. It just fell flat, especially with cases 2 and 3. Case 3 was awful. Like, there was some twists there, but there was a lot of stuff in there that didn't make any sense. Like, it was to introduce Lamira, who ended up being a very important character towards the end of this game, and judging by the ending, you see why. But I just feel like they just put so much together. And I feel like maybe we should have had less of Phoenix Wright and more chances for Apollo Justice as a character to grow. Same thing with Trucy. I would have loved for them to grow a lot more on their own without Phoenix Wright. Like, yeah, have Phoenix Wright here and there, but he didn't need to be there all the time. The fourth case is the best case. It's a really good case. So, but it's not enough to save it from getting a C. And there's only, because everything else I have not played yet. So there's one last game. And that's this. This is going to get an S. The very first Ace Attorney Investigations, the Miles Edgeworth game. I really like how the investigations in this game worked. It was a lot more real time. Or at least there was a lot more involvement in that one, where you actually see the characters moving around, as opposed to just having like the whole text adventure thing. I really like this format a whole lot more, and so for that, I think that it's better than pretty much any of the original trilogy. Also, I think it helps that Miles Edgeworth is awesome. Like, just everything about this game is so fucking good. I've been told that if I love this game, then I'm going to love Ace Attorney Investigations 2 more. We'll see. Next year I plan to play Ace Attorney Investigations 2. I might also do the other 2 games next year, 5 and 6. I don't know when I am going to do the Great Ace Attorney, but if I do, it's not till after I'm done with the original trilogy, the rest of the sequel trilogy. And then there's also the crossover with the Layton series, which I plan to stream that one after I stream, at the very minimum, the first 3 Layton games. So that's the tier list for now. We'll keep the tier list looking like this as it is, and then we'll update it as time moves on. All right, so there we go. That's it. We're done with the tier list. So that right there is my Ace Attorney series tier list. I will bring this tier list back once I finish Miles Edgeworth. Well, the second one, Prosecutor's Gambit. So I want to do this format in which that I will move on, like, I will bring up a tier list every time I beat a game in a different series, like in a series that I'm playing. And then what I will do is I will rank the game and see where it fits in. I'm going to be doing that from here on out. So since I did like a couple of tier lists already with certain series, what I'm going to do is whenever I beat a game, I'm going to bring the tier list back and update it. So we'll see where the game fits in. That's what I'm going to be doing from here on out. So yes, tier list Mondays will still continue on Mondays, but I'm also going to do a bonus tier list whenever I want to just rank a certain series after beating a game and then rank a game. That's what we'll do. All right. So thanks to everybody that tuned in. So tomorrow is Split Fiction with Silverstone Condor. Thursday is Vampire Survivors, Antichamber, and Party Animals with the Digital Bonfire Squad. Friday is Retro Night. We're going to do 2D to 3D. And then Sunday is Backlog Fantasy, Backlog Cleanup Stream, where I'm going to finish up Chrono Trigger and Ultimate Ghost of Goblins. So that's it. We're going to go send the raid over to somebody, but let me just take a look and see who... Let me just take a look and see who we got so far in terms of who to raid. And see... Oh. Thank you. Whoever you are, thank you. Prince Charmless. Okay. Thank you for gifting a gift sub to Prince Charmless. I appreciate it. Let's see who we got that we can send the raid over to. Because there's plenty of people on right now. Let's see. Looking at who we got here. I'd say, personally, in terms of who I should raid right now, let's send it over. Hold on. Let me make sure they're online first before we go ahead and do anything else. All right. Yeah, they're online. I think they're probably going to be online for a little while longer, perhaps. I am going to send the raid right now over to Tornroth, who is building a Lego set of Jurassic World, a T-Rex skull fossil. So we're gonna go send the raid over to him. So we're gonna raid Tornroth. All right. And I'll see you guys for Split Fiction. So make sure to take care of yourselves. Be awesome. Stay awesome. Tell your loved ones you love them. Check them out as always. Forever lasting peace. And I'll see you guys next time. Now you're playing with power. Be kind, rewind. And y'all take care, everybody. You have a good one.
With and our pleasant days. Always. And I'll never lose the strength to succeed. And the courage to do what I love. Your smile makes my heart explode.